Anyways, okay, so for some stuff for what's happened since the other day, since Tuesday. So Sakoto's kind of slept in. She slept, a good while on Wednesday, just because she was exhausted and tired and brain hurty. So she woke up. Nikki-chan was around, and she was, kind of watching over, and she, got her to eat. But Sakoto, being tired and stressed and worried about Slade, who was still laying on the medical bed next to her, she's still worried about him. So today she's just kind of getting up. She's been not maybe awake for a little bit, but kind of deciding what she's gonna do. She's been told by Hezekiah that she should talk to Amber, the new therapist lady, and that she also needs to give a mission report. So she's a little worried, a little concerned. All right. I wonder who that was.
How you doing? Nice shirt.
Thank you. Wanted to wear something comfortable.
You forgot to know
They
that
have
Slade is okay.
moved. What?
He's woken up and his girlfriend came along and signed the papers for his release, and they're now somewhere else.
That is good.
He's. I'm not sure how to describe it. It's Slade. It could be like 10 different things.
Think of Slade like how when we first met him. He's acting like that again.
Grumpy and a bit of a jerk, but deep down you can tell he is not so bad?
Add very quiet into that, and then yeah, pretty much.
Oh, I did not remember him being quiet, just angry. And very loud.
When he wasn't in combat, he was a very quiet person. He was just constantly working with stuff. Just sitting corner. And threatening demons. As he...
How are you doing? You feeling alright?
Yeah, I'm feeling a bit better.
The bump mostly gone, or?
No, it's still sore. It's not so bad.
Give it a day or two. Other than that, I'm glad you're at least walking around in the morning. Yes. At least you're walking around. I guess you let her know that Slade's up and back at the preserve, or at least, is that where they were taking him?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, good.
Bunny preserve.
He is okay though?
Right.
Yep.
He didn't want to respond or talk, but physically, yes, he was fine. He's probably just got a few things he has to go over now. Once he's back at the station, though...
He responded with looks. That's about it for his responses so far.
Well, that and also
Depending
trying to
on what
break
he
the handcuffs
does in
for
the
like 5
next
minutes.
following days, yeah. I will probably be writing up some paperwork, maybe sending him your way.
It'll be
Yeah,
a
I
day or
imagine BB's not going to be
couple
happy
days.
about the broken equipment.
I can fix it if you want.
Can fix chains? Didn't realize
Yes.
he was a blacksmith.
Nanites. They just look together.
Nanomachine, son. Sorry, that's all I can think.
I think you have to do a little bit more than just magnets.
Hmm? You,
Saying is, I think you just have to do a little bit more than just put magnets together.
no, the nanites, they deconstruct the broken links and then
Oh,
construct them back together
You said
again. Yeah.
magnets.
No, nanites, yeah. I mean, you could do magnets. I mean, there are some pretty strong magnets out there.
I mean, like I said, still wouldn't really do anything just by themselves, but magnets, I suppose.
True. These are their chains.
Nanites are bullshit.
Don't go to my territory then. There's nanites everywhere you go.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I say everything's bullshit.
Yo, Joe, thank you.
Sakoto, tomorrow back to training. Only if you're up for it. Alright. Then back to the normal, as usual. Same with you. Obviously less combat for you, but still.
I've still got a very good functioning arm and 2 very good legs.
I was about to say, it's good practice for if you have if your arm malfunctions or something to practice with one arm.
A magic instructor. I can guess how to train that, but not my forte.
Fair.
Yeah, I mean, more just hand to hand than anything.
In the hand, you can throw rocks at them for them to hit.
I mean, I already know. how to
Usually I just
shoot
set up
and
an obstacle course. Oh, well, that's good to know at least. What about you, Tech?
I just,
Any upgrades, things that you've been working on?
The shield, its third iteration works pretty well.
Nice.
Oh yeah, Iron asked you to make that shield.
So when he
I
stops
think he
getting
wants
beat
me
to
to
shit.
make it to where it can retaliate if you hit it enough, but I haven't set that up yet.
That would be
Can't really do
interesting.
that with
It
personal
stops bullets
shields.
and magic though, so I mean that's the point, right?
I mean, you could add that like
For now, yeah.
flashbang system into it.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, but then you have to worry about hitting everyone else around you.
Yeah.
Well, ideally, your enemies and only your enemies should be in front of the shield.
What type of shield is it? Is it a bubble shield or is it just
That'd be
That.
kind you hold.
okay? In that case, yeah, then
it's
that's
that
what-
actually, yeah.
Yeah, in that case, then yeah.
Mm.
Having a rebound effect on a handheld shield, I don't know if you can really do that. Depends on if you have a strong enough power source in it. Then you might be able to do
I
something.
don't know. I made it like, I guess big enough for bigger people to hold it. Kind of. It's like as tall as me almost. So.
Oh, okay. We're roughly the same height.
Man, what do we do?
I guess it depends on how heavy they want the shield, because if it's an unpowered shield, then it can stay light.
Oh, it's
But if
really
you're wanting,
light.
yeah, if you're wanting more abilities to like a
Let's go to
rebound
60.
effect, you now need a power source for it to operate, and then that becomes even more heavy. So.
I can just show the shield. Ta-da! It's not on yet, but
I mean, it still does.
And we'll just make some tea. Because tea helps us relax. Take the water, put it in the machine so that way it boils it, spits it back out.
Instead of annoying you with your phone, I think I just let you know now that I received 2 of the reports from the other agents, and I probably won't be getting Slade's until probably a few days, but whenever you feel like writing yours up, I'm not going to rush you, but it does help me get the paperwork done quicker.
One sec.
And what is this mist or something that the other agents have reported seeing from you?
I do not know. I saw it, but I did not know what it was. Slade and I, we were attacked. It was just there. I do not know if maybe it was the spirits or something else. Or perhaps the undead creatures.
Alright. Did you feel any different? Do you know if it was you or was it your surroundings?
I don't know. Slade was knocked
Did
down,
anything
and I
happen?
tried to stop him from being hurt. I went to him and I tried to stop them from hitting him. I thought perhaps my barrier could stop them from hitting us.
Right. And did it? Obviously you're still here, but
I can only assume. I closed my eyes. I was afraid.
I'll work on that. Can't be shutting your eyes in combat.
What kind of juice?
Your sensor.
You want apple juice? You want grape juice?
I want any.
I'm gonna sneeze.
Ooh.
Most juice. Pretty much any form of juice. Probably not green juice.
I know.
But the thing juice
like
I have at
juice.
home is kiwi.
Kiwi juice is good.
Yeah.
I mean, like when they make spinach
Yeah.
juice.
Yeah.
That's strawberry
alright.
kiwi in there.
Ooh, strawberry kiwi? Alright.
I'm not biased, I just like it.
Oh. I give her
Juice
grape.
gremlin.
She is. Do we need to like give her like two cups or 3 of juice?
They got 1 cup. They gotta.
Can I make a cup of holding? No, Cord, don't do that.
Can I make a cup?
Actually,
Can I make a cup of holding?
actually, Cord, that's called a jug of liquids.
Can I make one?
If you find the components, I don't really know how to make one of those, but I mean, I've
I'm
heard
gonna look
they're
it
a
up.
thing.
I've got books. I've got books. I can figure it out.
Actually, Cord, if you wanted to, it'd probably be a lot less materials to make a sippy cup of one.
Well, that's what I would need to make. I'm making a sippy cup of juice. Of juicing.
Hi, Sakoto.
Sippy cup of juicing. I would definitely be careful with what runes you
good?
place on in the inside, but you know.
I'm okay.
Well,
Feeling a
I'll
bit
test it, I guess.
better
I'll
today.
test it first. I'll test it on Lucas first.
It is not so.
I'm glad.
Lucas is
I
one of my
had
employees. for you.
time to sleep.
Thank you for clearing that up.
He's a baby.
I don't know if you have a loot. Yeah, he's kind of a baby.
So hot.
Alright.
He cries
You
if
are
look
okay?
at him wrong.
I.
Really nice.
Yeah,
saw
I'm
you were
fine.
hurt.
The-
Oh.
It,
don't
uh,
poor-
honestly, it wasn't as bad as I've had before. I got it treated. It's just now I gotta keep it.
You have said that you
keep it a little
were
bit.
a leg before, so I suppose it was not so bad.
Yeah.
But I was perhaps panicking for nothing.
I don't think I got your name. Hello.
Believe me, it's okay.
Nice to meet you, Shiloh. You
I've had
promise?
a lot of bad experiences before that have been more or less.
Yes, that's
I know usually sometimes I should take care of myself, and it's always sometimes it's now just a habit of
I've had,
I look out for others before
I've
myself.
had, orange soda.
Oh,
I've had
um,
creamsicle.
Thank you,
The
by
list
the way.
goes on.
He can do the
No problem.
top parts of
Anytime,
your
and
For protecting
do
me
that
while
for
we were
anyone.
fighting. And had to
But I
try
also
to
did this down.
concentrate enough to make contact.
I say it was you that I should thank. You're the one that figured out a lot of the stuff, the spirits.
But you
If it
also
weren't for
believed
you,
in
I
me.
think it would be still fine.
you could do you could part your
If
and
if you think you
and
should,
then
you can do
the
something.
bunny ears, and
Always try
then
to
you can be the
try
Easter
anything you
bunny.
can.
make little
I
stone
mean, heck,
eggs.
we'd still be fighting feral undead
My hair's not
if
long
I
enough.
don't.
she didn't figure it out.
Not yet. You can grow it out.
MVP of that was you.
Mommy
Meant
makes my
more
hair short,
towards listening.
easier to take care of.
You
Hmm.
and
I mean,
Luke,
Coda's pretty long hair.
you are
She cuts
going
it down
to
promptly.
Well, I do.
attack that
But
warrior, the
I
Ronin.
don't take care of it. I cut it off and it grows back in a day.
Yeah, we kind of
That's
did,
a
but
big one.
when you stopped us, we kind of.
You
Stop.
trusted me,
Held
and
back.
that was more than I could ever ask for.
Cuts it off and donates it.
That's nice.
Yeah.
That's a hard
And-
thank you.
Honestly, if he had attacked, I think me and Slade would have jumped in front of you. That's what teammates do. We sometimes gotta trust everyone and their skills
So
to.
you just
make a
babysitting for,
mission
like,
go
the
well.
Weekend or
Is
Babysitting
this
for today. Technically,
Archa's
Persephone's
sister?
supposed to be babysitting, but she had a thing, so.
Babysitting.
that sounds like a person.
Oh,
Uh,
my friend then.
Mom needs to restock the house with
that
stuff from
is
out
Ah.
because she doesn't like the products we're
a
at
friend of
home
mine's child.
because they're all animal based.
A friend who's
She says that's
that's
passed
true.
away.
oh. I'm sorry to hear that.
Me and
Okay.
me,
What's-
Holly,
I mean,
Kane,
her
we've all
father?
taken care of
She
her.
also
Yes,
like
but I've gotten-
worships Persephone the god, not Persephone. the
Her
person.
father wasn't
That'd be
around
weird.
as much.
Yeah,
She
there's
is
Perse,
alone?
who's named Persephone.
She
And
has
there's the
people.
god Persephone.
Kane, Holly,
Oh, Jesus.
myself.
Mom has an altar that me and
That is
Elijah
good to
are
She
hear.
has a lot of people looking out for her.
But she
I
gives
am
us
glad to hear
She-
this.
juice when she's done.
Mm.
Nice. I'm not gonna take. I've never had.
I promised
What's that taste like?
It's
her
juice.
mother
It's
I
good
would
juice,
protect her.
but you have to put a lot of sugar in.
Whatever happened to her.
really.
And I've been going over to their place to babysit her when I
I like
can.
it more sour
Cranberry.
though. Elijah's just a baby.
Think your phone is going off.
He needs two
Well-
more scoops of sugar than I do.
Does he?
Perhaps it is Auntie Arielson?
Ah, might be Curry also messaging me what time I'm meeting him tomorrow. I'm meeting him for breakfast.
Oh, very nice. I hope he is well.
Cade is
He messaged me the other night saying that he's just been kind of bored and was asking me about some things.
I don't remember what I was gonna say.
Tomorrow is kind of
I hope
a
he has
special
found
day,
the
so I'm
better
just-
luck that he was looking for.
Hope so. He says he's been watching romance drama animes, and I went, oh
That'll be your
no,
birthday present.
oh no.
Romance drama.
I'd say maybe give it at least.
These
a moment,
sounds
you know? Next thing, all you need
not
is
fun.
just a start
Why would you
date.
watch this?
I mean, it'll run out of juice eventually.
Well, it's
To
just
watch
like
people who are in love
So,
yell and squabble like children?
Presumably.
you don't know, you know, all of a sudden it's 8
Well-
hours of just non-stop juice. that you
Or
just-
perhaps
sometimes you
do I
do
not
fight once in a
understand?
while. Is kind of the thing of sometimes you do have disagreements with your significant other, and fights do happen.
Yeah, just a little.
That gets
Just a
you.
No, it's not always a bad thing. Sometimes that can make you a lot stronger with that
Child
person.
sex.
You get all the
Argonaut tells me
things out in the
that
open,
you're
as they say.
stronger and get
Hmm.
control.
Ah.
Stop sneezing,
I
Mike.
pushed my limits, and now I can eat a
I just also said I'm putting all my work away tomorrow
full
because
and a full Denny's
I
bag.
wanna eat a full IHOP and then
I'm
mashed
apparently
potatoes.
being.
I'll take you to IHOP later. After.
Pink.
Did you do something different with your hair today?
Yeah, it was me pink.
Probably. Ooh, ooh.
Fair enough.
Might have.
Right, you know what, you're...
I've been
Something
trying
about
to.
you seems different to me today.
Well, I'm not very good with kids, so the fact that I'm doing this well is surprising.
I cannot place what it is.
Mm.
You are sure you did
I
nothing
didn't do anything different.
The only kids that I am around.
Maybe
No.
it is that pretty
The orphanage.
makeup you wear around your eyes. You did not wear this before?
I
Make those bolts float again.
when I was coming up here, the makeup's kind of recent. I kind of slightly have it, and that's all I wear is a slight eyeshadow. It's slightly a profession, I guess, like a professional look, but yet not too much. It's not too much makeup, not too
You do it once and they don't let you
overdo. Dylan taught me that a lot.
I am not sure.
Well, makeup and good. Trust me, I'm not the expert in makeup either.
Make a whole playground
Mm.
of stones. Just-
I have never worn it, so I do not know.
This is what Uncle Argonaut uses.
Mm,
And
I don't wear it too often, except for like the eyeshadow and maybe a little bit of lipstick or lip gloss. It's I always say natural's better.
Uncle Argonaut is too busy
Natural beauty.
training
I do not know
people
about
like
better. I do find it very pretty.
Oh, it should
Me
only
and my
take a few
brothers.
minutes. It's about 10
Yeah.
minutes at most.
But yeah, I get to go to breakfast early in the morning with him. I get to catch up with him for a while.
Yeah,
Haven't done
I
that.
had a treehouse. I didn't have a treehouse.
I don't know what Imperial's planning for me tomorrow because he said he wants to celebrate, so.
You are celebrating?
I had a barn though.
My birthday's tomorrow.
Oh. Happy birthday. Did
Oh
not know
no! Wait, who told you, Cord?
Your boyfriend,
Who t-
husband, your husband.
He wanted to fucking celebrate tomorrow.
He owes me
this.
a
Time to
debt
put this away.
for my +1.
Oh, he's going. He's going with you to the beach day thing.
Yes,
isn't he?
so he can come see you.
Oh
He
goodness!
owes me a
All right.
A debt that
Don't-
will be
don't-
fulfilled.
Don't be
Let's
too
carry
mean to
on
us
your
with this
waving
dad.
hand, not hand. He owes
I
me
can
a
make it
debt.
scary.
Yeah, that's tomorrow.
He owes me a debt.
Whoa.
Cord, put the
Whoa.
satchel away.
What is this?
Put the satchel. I saw you slap Sin yesterday. Please don't slap anyone here.
I'm not gonna slap anyone. I wasn't get mad at me.
You are like a pirate.
Probably
What's of
maybe this one.
cooking?
I should make a
She literally, to my brother, literally slapped him across the face with that.
I
Was
slap him all
anything
the
on that?
time.
You
No.
Was
deserve
there
it though.
anything on?
Wait, patty cakes? Because these
Krabby
cook
Patty cakes.
hamburgers.
It makes burgers and patty cakes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Eee.
It's almost amazing because it's like one can do it for hours, and it looks like Code can just stand there and do it for hours as well. So yeah,
I have
actually good at
patience.
it. Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
What?
I'm just questioning also, like, didn't you also say you wanted to get a new hand?
I'm working
the
on it. Well,
special
Umbra's
hand?
working. I'm not working.
They're,
Umbra-
Bumbra is having them go through their trial period.
Yeah.
A trial period of just
Yeah.
trying to have a hand again?
Aren't you friends with Ion? Couldn't you just get one that actually was a hand
No.
temporarily?
No, I don't want a robot hand.
I mean, just temporarily, not permanent.
No. I want a robot hand.
Well, what are you
Maybe
gonna do
I
then?
did not.
Grow a new hand? Actually,
Umbra's
can you?
gonna
I
make
don't
me a
know.
hand.
You don't
Maybe
want
we
to
can
ask
alter
what
slits on
Umbra can do.
means-
You don't want to ask what
Like a
Umbra
goo
can
hand
do.
or something.
Umbra should put in like an in-house napkin holder because of how much Lucas cries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I should. That's what I should get him. I should get him a handkerchief.
Nappy,
And- and
It's kind of a scary
nappy gun.
force, I will say.
Yeah.
To poof
That was
out
very nice.
hand nappies.
Yeah. Little tissues. That's
Yeah.
all.
It did not hurt him, but
I don't know
Was
how
that
he
missed
does his
then?
job.
maybe that was something else.
I don't know how he makes the peanut butter like that.
Maybe it was one of the
Make
undead.
it pure peanut butter.
Who knows?
Here's peanut butter.
What?
We're gonna go see beach.
Wanna go
Wanna
see
go to the
beach?
You wanna go see
it?
beach?
Yeah, it's probably open now. Come here.
Hmm?
Yeah.
You want my piggyback?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
I'll see you soon, Shiloh. Take care,
Goodbye.
alright? It is still hard not to look at her and see Alice. Fuck.
Alice.
I never met
Uh,
them, so.
She used to work at the Lotus.
Wait,
She
the
was a
same-
good friend to.
The same Alice who was with, Jet.
Yeah. Yeah. Same one. Most of us were called in that night when she gave birth to Shiloh and died.
She died in childbirth.
Mm-hmm. A lot of us saw her often or said her goodbyes, though.
I did not know this. But this is her child. I thought she was with. Perhaps I am misremembering things, but
Jet is not around. That night, we had all talked and excused Jet. He realized that night was full of a lot of emotions from everyone. Tolly and Kane were upset. I had come in all of a sudden. Curry was even there.
So, who's taking care of the kid?
Kane, Holly, we're all trying to help her have a better childhood. For me, it's the promise I made Alice before she went that I'd take care of her. It's because of what she is. That's why I promised so hard.
I take it it's dangerous now? Or at least could possibly be.
She's like me, Hezekiah. Me and Curry. Except with her mother being human and her father being more on the angelic leaning. But she has got those traits.
That explains the strength.
Me and Mr. Marley talked about it as well after that, during that night.
Hmm.
Hell, Stan was there to take her away.
yes, it was an auntie cord. So did I think to leave? I did.
It was not a good night for all of us. But we all stayed. And we all wanted to take care of her the best we could. To make sure that she has a better childhood. for the sake of both Alice and Chet. We were gonna all do that.
Saito. You're, getting a little hot.
I know.
You know, I never
Just
thought
not
about
a
it.
pleasant night.
Sakoto, do you actually know about Saya? Considering that she's your teammate?
What do you mean?
Do you know what makes her special like you? Unique.
She can... But I thought she did magic.
Yes and no. I think it would help both of you, actually, if you explained a little bit.
About what
Whatever
I
you're
am.
comfortable with. Whatever you're comfortable with. You both are
I
very
mean, you
special,
had
the way
asked.
that you have your abilities.
You have asked before, and Slade has mentioned it before. It's... I keep it such a guarded secret because of what had happened to me before. Curry says it proudly, I do not. I'm what is called an Nephilim. And
Oh,
they are...
I knew this. I have heard you talk about it before, and your brother. Yes, he says this often.
Yeah.
Although, to be completely honest, I do not know too much. Only that it is somehow the marriage between things that are holy and unholy.
Yeah. For my parents, it was my mother was an Azamar. She was part angelic and part human. My father, a Cambion. Half demon, half human. And they had us four, and I was the only girl in the whole point of siblings. Apparently I'm a little more leaning on my mom's side, though, than I realized. So...
You knew this before?
I found out eventually. There's not much on our kind for the reasons usually that I've been given is that we're not supposed to be existing. We are an unholy matrimony of two things of the same coin, but opposite ends. And they usually don't like people. Well, technically, demons and angels don't like us because we can and have the ability to kill both of them. That's what makes me, I think, more of a threat to demons than... Well, that's what me and Luke are similar. Right now, what I am is more that holy leaning. So I'm the biggest threat that they have.
Luke is also
afraid of
this
what they don't
Nephilim?
understand.
He has heard about it, and it's always in legends and such.
Oh. But
My brother says it openly, but I don't. The reasons of me being hunted. Things didn't
I
like
get
me.
this. I was asking if Luxon is also like you.
No, he's an Azamar. He is only the half.
Oh.
As far as I've known.
Luke is similar to Sienna. They're both asthma.
Hmm? Hi, Miss Amber.
Hi.
I did not know this, but thank you.
I don't say it usually. I don't talk about it usually.
You are sure?
Bad.
I have heard you talk about it a few times. This is why I was not surprised.
I mention the name, but I don't go in deep depth about it. And I only
I just
mention
did
it
not
to
know
certain
what it
people.
was. You seemed like a
It's fine.
human, so I just...
That's then I guess kind of what I usually want people only on the surface to know. I act and look physically like a human, but soul is just a different story altogether. It's kind of why if you ever hear or see a demon and they ask what Nephilim is, they usually say it's gross. It's disgusting.
I'm sorry to hear this.
It's... yeah. I've lived with it. I've walked this path and I haven't stopped being what I am. Can't really change it either, so... Hi, Eliza. I am gonna take a second to breathe.
See what I mean about uniqueness? Everybody has their own things besides what's on the outside.
Yes.
Everybody has some type of gift that they were given or born with.
Some do.
Connections.
Not all of us.
Never know what somebody's living with or coexisting with, really. Other than my magic, it's me and Ariel. But other than that, I'm actually as plain as it gets. Everybody's got a little bit of something. And how's your night?
Mine's going pretty well. What about yours?
I would say the
I'm
clear
fine.
the throat.
That's good to hear.
How's the reading coming along?
I think I've gotten through most of the book.
Right, you don't actually have to sleep, do you? You just read and read and read. Do you know how much paperwork I'd actually get done if I didn't have to sleep? Isn't there a spell for that?
Maybe-
I need to read over those books.
30% more than you already get done already.
No, I think I could learn to speed read if I had enough time. It's kind of like a practice over time thing, isn't it? Then I'd be able to learn how to use those computers.
Fair enough.
I could help with paperwork since I don't need to sleep.
I would appreciate that. Some of it is confidential that I handle, so
Oh,
unfortunately
goodness.
I can't let you see all of that. Also, Miss Cypress keeps getting mad. Apparently, she says stop using post-it notes to take the actual notes to send to her. I didn't know there was other options on that computer, so...
I can see why. I can see why Hybris would get upset at that.
They were all there. There's just 25 of them.
That's probably why.
What else was I supposed to use? I didn't know there was anything else there until she showed me. I didn't exactly take a
Check the chat
course for this.
room.
Like, I handle magic. I don't do technology.
Fair enough.
Look, I had a hard enough time learning to use the microwave when I first came to the material plane.
I have barely learned to text.
That too. Well, that came a little bit easier once I realized it was just let us keep people send. That part was a lot easier. You seem to do a good job already, don't you? Hey, she learns quicker than I do.
I never had a phone before
Did learn how to
coming
use the
here,
game system.
but I had seen them before. Belchan, she shows me how.
I'll see, you had somebody to teach you. Okay, in hindsight, I could have just asked one of the kids. Yeah, I probably should have.
Never hurts to ask for help.
Yeah, but there was a lot of process that we were doing at the time, especially with agents and officers. We just started to get a whole staff group going, actually. It was more like it was scattered, and I slowly started to get the paperwork and kind of processed it all at once and realized that we could technically build a pseudo chain of command in a way.
Soupy
At
soup.
least how I
Fuck
structured
yeah.
things from the nights. I just
Also, Mara, do you like my shirt?
filled it in as I went along. It helped. At least I hoped it.
I textured it myself.
Speaking of help, I was wondering if you could show me to one of the offices, because I never actually was shown to where I could, have my sessions with the agents.
Right. Yeah, I can show you the office that I usually use. You can use it. It's pretty much whoever needs to at the time. It's just, the log books and things. I'll be right back. There's also a shelf with some supplies on it, so if you see something that's not in use, you can feel free to use it. Usually keep a log book too. Same thing with the medical supplies on the cabinet. BB started asking that we actually write down who takes what. Unless it's like, an emergency, then it's kind of afterwards.
I guess the question is, if Slade is okay, then was it my fault? But then, was it the mists? Did I cause them? And if I did, what were they? Why did they happen? I was trying to protect Slade.
Sorry. I didn't want to bother you if you were meditating or something. I just wanted to
Just clearing my head.
check on you.
I hope you are well. Sorry for not staying around for so long, but even after sleeping, my head was still a bit.
It was a rough night last night, so it's understandable it might take you more than just a night's rest. Is your head still bothering you a bit?
Little. It is still a bit sore, but if I do not touch it or mess with it, it is only a little. Oh.
Have you put an ice pack on it at all?
After I woke up for a bit, yes, but since then, it has not seemed necessary.
Glad to hear.
Hello, Kisama.
Oh.
Hey, how you doing? Saw the place was open, decided to come by and visit. How you holding up, hon?
I'm alright. A lot on my mind.
Good.
And a bit tired.
Well,
What
make
is,
sure you're taking care of yourself, getting the proper rest.
You are wearing a necklace with what looks like a little man on it.
Oh. It's a little teddy bear. It's a pearl teddy bear my girlfriend gave to me for Christmas.
Oh, very nice. I have not seen this before, I think.
Yeah, it's usually tucked up under my scarf because I don't want to get it damaged, but yeah, I figured why not wear it. I always have the scarf on, I hardly ever take it off nowadays. It was a gift that my wife gave me, and I've been wearing it ever since.
Understandable.
And well, got a couple of gifts from my former wife. My car, and then that. So I'm gonna keep them around for a bit.
I mean, there's no reason to get rid of them. It's something to remember them by.
They say the roads, yeah, should I say this stupid, cheesy phrase? Yeah, screw it. They say the keepsakes you keep remind you of the people who you miss. Well, I guess people would call me a hoarder. Yeah, I've kept like a little ethereal flower that my sister gave me in a dream once, and it showed up in my hair when I woke up. Looked like you could see space through it. I took it and I put it next to my bedstand in my room. Got a bunch of little knickknacks I keep around. I call it my junk drawer, but it's not really junk. Oh. Yep. They'll be back in a minute. The flood strikes when you least expect it. I love coming up here. I was terrified the first time I did, but the second and third I started to relax a little bit. Next time, rare opportunities where I turn my eyes on so I can actually see. I gotta say, the garden is one of my favorite places in.
Oh, I've been here the whole time.
Good place to. I said that one of my places, one of my favorite places to visit here with the garden. So I like to go there to sit and think. And I have to keep reminding myself to stay away from Miss Iris's flowers because I can't be quiet. I make so much ambient noise.
Oh, this small blue patch.
As long as you don't. Isn't it as long as you don't like shout, you're fine?
I was told just to avoid talking or making too much noise directly around them. As it will cause them to wither faster.
I think if they were so fragile, they'd be in a separate area so then they're safe.
We only have one garden here, I think.
Yeah.
You can have a little enclosed, small garden, as it were.
Either way. I make so much ambient noise that I just avoid it entirely. Make sure I don't disturb the flowers.
Guess that just means I'm lucky that I'm just quiet all the time.
Oh god, you should hear me in a quiet hallway and shut down. You can hear my arc reactor humming. You can hear the squeak and clank of my limbs as I walk around the damn building.
Got it. So should I, next time I want to pull a prank on you, I should just put a bucket of oil.
I don't know why, but my controller, my finger just does not want to uncurl, and I don't know if that's
so I make noise when
there's something on it that's contacting, or if it's just controller go burr.
Either way, be sure that you get the proper amount of rest on everything. Sakoto. I know I don't have to tell you that because you're a smart young woman, but still.
I slept a good while yesterday and today.
Good, okay.
Just the bruises are left. Well, it is a little
I
sore,
am
but
taking
it's not so bad.
I'm taking a vacation for a while.
Yeah, the Lotus is on a vacation for some reason. This week.
Oh, they're
Again.
not open?
No. Another beach weekend. I'm not sure why we're doing it so soon after the recent one and with everything going on, but
Well,
okay.
I mean, to be fair, everybody is pretty well tasked. Think about it. You know, the whole court effects thing going on.
Sakoto,
5 or
Shlammy.
6 other big bads around. You can see why people are taking a day off.
I mean, I can understand, but at the same time, it's not exactly the best time. You know, our leadership is a mess.
That's fair.
I can't go into detail because they don't want it.
That's
I mean,
fair.
It's
also
on
none
vacation.
of my business.
Yeah.
Vacation, that's a good company.
Yeah, on vacation. He's on vacation, and then, quote unquote, Athena is in charge.
Yeah. Anyway.
Athena.
I'm just. Yes.
Who is Athena?
Put it bluntly, it is Calypso's alternate personality. Which is more of a dictator, in my opinion, than a good person. At least that personality. It is not a good personality.
I just hope people realize that Calypso's still there somewhere. And have the common sense not to do anything irrational. I'll keep my hopes up and hope for the best and prepare for the worst, like I always.
Why do you think I only send? Why do you think I send my alter ego in instead of myself? Crazed lightning boss plus gold, not good.
Yeah, fair enough. Anyway, I've realized a lot this week.
It's taking a long time.
Is that where everyone that was here went? They all went in there?
No, Sensei and Ember-san.
I thought they might have also been.
No.
I just came to check on you when you were alone, so. Wanted to keep you company.
I'm gonna be spending the better part of probably next week and this week, remainder of this week, on vacation. To get my mind back into an area that I need to.
Yeah.
So I can make some pretty hefty decisions coming up. I learned a lot recently about self-care and self-help, mental health, all that good stuff.
Those are all very important. There are many people that need to still learn that sort of thing.
And it's something I've been neglecting for some time. Something that Sakoto has been getting after me about too. Not too heavily, but she's been worried.
Yeah.
Either way. I'm not gonna bother you too much about that. I'm sorry. Don't worry.
No, just thinking is all. I was not really paying much attention. I'm sorry.
It's okay. If you ever
I'll
need
be
to...
walking around. Take care, okay?
Like I said before, if you ever just need to talk to someone, I'm around. You can always send me a message. I know I'm not the best at communication, but I'm good at listening at least.
Nikki-chan,
Mm-hmm.
what do you do when you are afraid that you have made a mistake? It may have hurt someone.
Mm. I suppose I think over the event, see if it was clear that I may have caused to hurt someone. And I'm a bit you know me, I'm forward. I will ask the person, like I've, mentioned to you a few times and others, I'm sorry if I've, made things awkward. I'm sorry, that sort of thing.
No, not.
It doesn't hurt to ask them, did you, in fact, cause any pain? If they feel that it is your fault. I know it's not
Doesn't
the
really help.
easiest sometimes, depending on the situation, to ask the person that you feel you might have wronged or hurt in some way. But it is the best source for the answer. Because if you dwell on the issue, then you start overthinking things and doubting yourself further. And in some cases, you do more harm to yourself.
She's not entirely wrong, but the advice she's giving doesn't really apply in this situation. She's talking more about someone being upset at you, that you messed up.
Otherwise, I'm not too sure what else you could do other than ask.
Thank you.
Of course. Sorry if it isn't exactly very helpful, but I hope it helps him. If you don't be afraid to ask for somebody to be with you if in such a case you
What do you mean?
what's the word? Well, sometimes it's hard to ask, approach somebody that you feel that you've caused harm to. So it's okay to ask somebody to be with you, to, that way you have that comfort that there's someone else there to help or give you the courage.
Not helping, that's just making her nervous because now she's thinking, what if I did hurt him? What if he blames me? What if he left and the reason he's so quiet is because he knows I hurt him? Shit.
Hello.
Hi.
Hmm?
They says I should talk to you.
If you would like to, yes. I am more than happy to have a private conversation with you if you would like.
I mean, I'm making tea. It'll be ready when you guys get back.
Okay.
I'll be here.
If you'll follow me, then. I already gave a little sampling to Hezekiah before. So. You're technically not the first. I made mention to Hezekiah before that I view therapy as an ever-evolving type of medicine, something that changes from when we are taught about it in school, from the books that we learn and things like that. Because the books can only teach us so much. It is the people that we meet, the conversations that we have that truly teach us that every person is different, and that a book can only go so far with a person. I would like to invite you into this session with an open mind. If you want, you can have the seat. I know there's only one, but I'm perfectly fine standing.
I have no preference.
Of course. Hezekiah mentioned to me that you are, I guess, afraid with the progress that you're making with your power.
A little, yes.
And that's entirely understandable. It's something it's new and it's different. It's something that you didn't really have a very good understanding of before, but it's something that you're excelling at a, at a very good rate. It's not entirely something to be afraid of.
I just do not want to hurt anyone with it. At least by accident.
At least not intentionally, yeah. Which is understandable. I would never want to intentionally hurt anyone in any way, shape, or form. That's why I've personally chosen to never take up a weapon or choose to fight with anyone. That's why I prefer to de-escalate things with the use of words and reason rather than with magic or weapons or with fists. Because the mind is a powerful weapon on its own, but it doesn't have to be used in a way that is violent. It can be used in a way that is reasonable, that is logical. But it doesn't have to be without emotion. It doesn't have to be without a heart, without a soul. When you start to be afraid of things, when you start to be afraid of yourself, you start to make mistakes. Those mistakes can eventually lead to hurting someone, intentionally or unintentionally.
But how can I not be afraid of it? I have hurt people already.
It's perfectly fine and understandable to be afraid of it, especially if you have hurt people with it already. The important part is to not let that fear be the controlling factor in the use of that power. The fear should be there as a means of tempering the expectations of the power that you use. It should be there much like an anchor to keep yourself centered and balanced.
But if I am not careful, I will hurt people when I don't want to.
Of course. By no means am I saying to disregard the fear, to be careless and reckless.
I suppose I'm not sure I understand what you are saying.
The fear you have shouldn't be a means of holding yourself back. It shouldn't be a means of making you second guess yourself. It should be a means of making sure things are right the first time.
I guess, but it still happens. Things happen and I sometimes panic. I lose control. And if it keeps getting stronger, the chance that I will hurt someone even worse is... I don't want to hurt people, but I am also... I don't know what to do. I am trying to trust Sensei, but he does not understand it either. He tells me this. We are just guessing. I try to find people who understand, but sometimes even they do not know what to say. Many of them are also like me, that they do not know enough. I do not want to have to be afraid of it if I do not need to, but this has happened before. And not just once. I'm afraid that that it will happen again when I least expect it.
The fear is definitely understandable, as it is very important that it should be. It's not necessarily something that I can, personally comprehend with the power that you have. It is every bit of a mystery to me as it is to your sensei and the others that you have talked to about it. But if you continue to be afraid to the point where practicing, even on things that you already know that you can do, becomes a difficult task, it may only become more dangerous. And the risk of hurting someone, or even worse, may only get higher. Understanding the power that you have can only come from using it, practicing with it. And mistakes will most certainly happen. The unfortunate truth is that it may be better to have the mistakes happen when the risk of injury to others is low, rather than letting it progress to a state where risk of injury or even death may occur.
suppose that does make sense. But
The power is a part of you,
will people not...
and it shouldn't be something you're afraid of. It shouldn't be something that you're afraid to use or learn more about and learn how to control better.
It's okay to be afraid of it, but you are saying I should continue to learn to control because I am afraid?
Yeah. Yeah. Because the more you learn to control it, and the more you learn to minimize those risks, the less fear you'll have about what you can do now. And then whenever you start to learn something new, whatever fear you had of what you learned before won't carry over into whatever new power you may learn.
I guess...
But if you choose to let the fear you have stay with what you have currently, it may only result in compounding into the fear of learning something new, and thus make things worse.
But what will I do if people do not see it this way? If something happens again?
It's something that's new to a lot of people from what you've said. A lot of people don't understand that. And people end up being afraid of things they don't understand, regardless of whether they're good or bad, whether they have good intentions or bad intentions. But that shouldn't stop you. And that shouldn't change your own feelings towards your power. Because if you allow the outside forces, the outside feelings of those people to continue to cloud your own feelings, only the worst can come. Accidents happen all of the time. Whenever people learn, accidents happen. It's just a part of life. Even with all of the years that I have been giving therapy to people, all of the different patients that I have had, I have made mistakes. There are people that I have been unable to help because I made mistakes. But I took those mistakes and I learned from them, and whenever I got to another scenario where I could make that mistake again, I thought back to that previous mistake, and I didn't make it again.
You are saying that I should not make the mistake again, and that I will learn from it, which... Yes, I want to, but... What about everyone else?
The people here, everyone on this station seems to be very, very understanding of the powers that each other have. Everyone on this station is so different from one another. And yet they talk and they laugh and they feel for one another as if they were of their own flesh and blood siblings, their own family. You shouldn't be afraid to make mistakes around these people.
But what if I accidentally hurt one of them? Won't they hate me? This happened before.
I don't think they would hate you at all. It's an accident. It's not something you ever meant to do. I've been told that you can read surface level thoughts, and I'm not sure if you were told whether or not you could enter mine, but
I have
for the
not
sake
asked you,
of-
so I am not supposed to touch.
for the sake of your own progress, you have my permission. Because even if you make a mistake, I won't get mad at you. Because I want you to be able to have a way that you can continue to learn about your own power.
You are not afraid?
I don't have any reason to be afraid.
Thank you.
Your power is something that is special to you. It is a part of you. It is a part of who you are. It is something that to you should be cherished. It shouldn't be something that you hide away because of fear of hurting someone with it. It is something that you, of course, you need to practice with in order to better understand what it can do and the potential that it has. And if it means that I open up my mind to you in order to help you to further your own progress in making sure that you have a better control over your power, I have no reason to be afraid of doing so. There is nothing you have shown me in your attitude, your body language, or anything that has given me reason to fear you.
You say this, but I find it so hard to believe. I have hurt people before with this, and I have lost control. Before I even knew what it was, and I'm afraid I have done it again.
I'm a pretty resilient individual.
So was Slade-san. But for 2 days, he was almost like he was dead. And I am worried I may have caused this.
It's important to worry about the people that you've hurt. It's important to remember that.
But that does not scare you?
It doesn't scare me as much as it concerns me. And it only concerns me because I have concern for you.
I do not understand why. Why does this not scare you? If it were me, I would be afraid. If someone could kill me with a thought.
It's something I came to terms with a long time ago. But there's a large portion of my own mind that I don't know about. There are years of my life that are just blank. In a sense, doesn't that sort of feel like death in itself? If years of your life are just missing?
Don't know. I don't. I think I remember everything that I have lived. Even the things I do not want to remember.
I've spent my entire life choosing to put my life to help others. Choosing to help you is no different than the hundreds of others that I have chosen to help before you.
So you are just not afraid to die? That is what it is?
I wouldn't say that I'm not afraid to die, just that I've come to terms with the eventuality that at some point it'll happen. And I hope that the people that I have helped in the years that I have been around will be the legacy that I have left behind. And if that's the case, then I'm happy.
But what about everyone else?
That's always the question now, isn't it? It's the question that you have right now. It's always the what if. What if I died? What would happen to everyone else that still needs my help? What if you hurt someone again? What would happen then? Our minds can sit here and come up with dozens and dozens of what if questions. And any one of them can come true. The issue is that we constantly dwell on them so much that one of them that we may not like may end up being the one that comes true. Am I afraid of dying? Sure. Who isn't really afraid of dying? But it doesn't change the fact that if I died helping someone, it would be a meaningful death. You can be afraid to hurt someone as much as you want. But in the end, all it's going to do is push your mind, push your feelings and emotions into a state that will cause it to happen more often.
I guess I just still am not sure.
The fear you have affects the judgments that you're making. It affects your confidence in your own ability. While you're using them, you're sitting there and you're thinking back to the times you hurt others. And it affects your emotions while you're using your ability. Like you said, you start to panic and bad things start happening. You panic because you're afraid, right?
I don't
The
want to
panic
mess
and
up.
the fear is trying to keep you safe. Yes, you don't want to mess up, but that panic and the fear is causing it to mess up because it's causing your emotions to become unstable while you're using your power. Because the fear and the panic is putting you into the same unstable state that caused you to hurt the people before you. It's causing your concentration to falter.
I just have to learn to not panic. Mm.
A little bit of learn to not panic, but also a little bit of learn to live with that fear. You learn to accept the fear. Learn to accept the fact that you have hurt people before. And the fact that they are still okay now. You hurt Slade, but Slade still seems to be, well, walking around. The other people you've hurt are still around, are they not?
Yes, but if it was all okay, would I even be here? I am here because I have hurt people.
You're
People
not
did
here
not
because
want
you
me.
hurt people.
You are afraid.
You are here. You're here because you have the ability to do so much more. Everyone on this station seems to have some purpose about them that allows them to do so much for so many. I even mentioned it to Hezekiah earlier. Because he mentioned he was concerned about your fear, about what happens when your power grows. What happens when you can go further than service level into someone's thoughts. And my own immediate thought wasn't sorrow, despair, it was imagine my own line of work as a therapist. Imagine being able to go into someone's mind and find the worst parts that continue to pull someone down, that continue to take someone and tear themselves apart. Imagine the ability to find that. And to be able to tell them it's going to be okay. The ability to help someone in that unique sense. And even Hezekiah hadn't even thought about it that way. You also have to think about how much good that a power like yours can have.
I am just afraid. I do not want to mess up again and be forced away again.
I don't think anyone here would ever want to force you away from anything.
This has happened before. Why would it not happen again?
There's something about the people here. There's something special. I see it in so many of them, just standing here and watching them. They're all different. They embrace differences. They don't shun them. They don't push them away. I haven't been here. I haven't been a part of Aegis. I haven't been on this station for that long. is one very important thing that I have seen in the short time that I have been here. Is how accepting of the uniqueness of
Her name is,
every individual
Amber.
that is here.
So we will just wait and see then. They mess up again and they send me away.
I don't think they will send you. And my offer still stands. You are welcome to practice with my mind if you wish. And if you mess up, you have my word that I will not be upset with you.
Okay.
Would you like to go back and have some tea?
Sensei.
Yes.
Is the tea ready?
Yes, it is.
I think Amber's on, and I will come upstairs now.
Right. I hope you had a comfortable time.
He says it is ready.
Okay, well, let's go have some tea then.
Nikita, we are back.
Welcome back. He's just now getting the tea ready. It's finishing up. I'll be all helped a little.
Do not know.
Still thinking over everything.
Yes.
Well, you'll have some tea. Hopefully that'll help.
Maybe.
Help you a little bit. I'm not much of a tea person. I think I have too much of a sweet tooth.
They make teas that are sweet. And you can always add sugar or honey to it. That can help.
Or you can cheat like me, and if you decide halfway through you want cold, you just, spell it up.
Yeah. Cheater.
Yeah, there's those magic people. They just cheat all the time.
Look, I can heat and cool things. I'm going to use it, okay? The 2 pitches are there, Sakoto, if you wanted to pour.
Thank you,
And
Sensei.
then whichever box you want to use, there's different ones. You're more than welcome to serve yourself a cup if you wanted.
Not much of a tea person. I think my family
Well, there's
ruined
still-
that for me.
And still cold drinks in the fridge if you wanted. I believe Saya said there was some strawberry kiwi stuff in there.
It's very tempting.
I personally like the citrus one, but that's what I drink in the mornings before training.
Sounds
yeah,
like a
citrus is a definitely good morning.
yeah. Yeah, that's a good way to get you woken up a bit. I just naturally wake up and I'm not really tired. Oh, because I'm always tired, so I'm not tired.
I feel like Sakoto left that, like, she didn't really feel any better, but she didn't also really feel any worse.
I
Like,
wake up no matter
she's
what
being
now.
told, like,
Force of habit from the
no, it's
military.
okay. Like,
I guess I shouldn't say
you're...
I'm tired. I'm just.
It's okay to feel scared, but you have to,
worried,
like,
that's the word.
put aside that fear of this power so that way you can learn to control it.
Always at the same level of energy now. Sometimes I
Yeah.
sleep extra long.
Every now and then I get a burst of energy. But usually it's just what you see.
And
is
there's
what you
also
get.
the,
Slow dog.
like... Amber didn't really deconstruct the way she thinks at all.
Yeah.
She just kind of gave her more things to think about,
Maybe that's
which
it,
for
maybe
someone like
I'm just
Sakoto isn't
adrenaline
a terrible thing. Like, she can work her way through a problem
just always
mentally,
tired unless,
given enough time, but
shot it.
she also has a lot of
Goodness, am I an adrenaline junkie?
ground in
Sometimes.
anxieties and
I'm not awake unless
fear.
I'm out on patrol fighting something.
It is like a little drone thing.
That would be a revelation.
Mm. God, so I should just, wake up, have some adrenaline. I'm sure that's perfectly healthy.
I mean, some people prefer caffeine in the morning, but I'm not a coffee drinker.
Oh yes, coffee.
It's smells good, but I've tried it once when I initially got here. It just tasted like dirt. I've already tasted enough dirt, thank you. I like the smell.
It's a dried bean.
Crushed bean juice.
Yeah,
It's
I don't get
crushed
how
bean
people
juice.
can.
It technically did come
drink
from
it.
dirt.
Yeah.
Too bitter.
I don't know how people
I
can
don't,
drink
not,
it.
not my.
So
But
nothing
it
against
grew
tea,
on
but
trees.
tea just.
Thought it grew on trees.
Coffee.
Coffee beans, some do, yes.
All due to my knowledge.
But that sounds like it's right.
Would you call them dirt because they're ground?
They're brown. They taste like dirt. You ground them.
I'd say your puns are terrible, but they're not made of paper.
I've been to the Feywilds. All day. All day.
Just puns
6 different
all day.
fairies. 6 different fairies. 2 sprites. Even sometimes the frogs.
Wait, he's a rock. His weakness is paper.
Understand the patient for later. Yeah. I mean, she really, like, rather than jumping straight into the meat and potato of, like, whatever is bothering her right now, it probably would have been a good idea for her to just ask her a lot of questions about who she is.
Paperwork.
Door open session, yeah.
That's true. Paperwork does defeat.
She has time to ask questions, though.
Look, at least I took the blanket and pillow out of the office. That wasn't in there when I did the tour, right? I'm making progress.
Yes, that's
It wasn't there during the tour.
That's true.
Okay.
Yeah, I shoved it
You
in the locker.
sleep in
What?
the office?
Recently, only because I had a lot to do. Look, it happens.
I think I need to like make you a freaking assistant VI just so then you can get into the paperwork.
Or just build him a fold-out bed in the office.
But then he's
See, I requested
Out of
that.
walls.
I requested that, Miss Hybris denied it for obvious reasons.
Just get 2 eye hooks in the wall, and then put a hammock.
The day I put modifications to Miss Hybris's office for that's the day I think I might get fired.
Just get 2 really strong magnets and put them on the walls.
I'm not gonna touch them. I don't know what that would do to the walls.
The thing is with being direct, is it requires your patient to trust
Is hot
you.
like magnetic? See, I don't even want to
Solve every
test
problem
that.
in one session. Ask for a lot. Oh yeah, no, I was not expecting her to
Some of
just
the walls, yes, I think.
solve her problems.
For the most
No,
part.
if anything, I think the big thing that struck me was how Sakoto didn't really, because of her past experience, just doesn't. She didn't really trust her. But then when she's like, okay, I trust you to, read my thoughts and that kind of stuff, that's kind of when she was like, okay, well, maybe I
That
can
probably
talk to her
would
about
be
the Slade
helpful.
stuff. So how she handled the Slade stuff, and then in the days to follow, like she tells people about it, or she talks to Hezekiah about it, that sort of thing. Like,
I mean, doesn't
it's really gonna color how well she trusts Amber in the future.
Why don't you just do? Like, why
You're
do
not
paperwork?
wrong, but still, I know that's a bad habit, and I shouldn't do it.
You're not
Maybe
using
for
actual paper, are you?
psychologying me.
Is it actually like literal paperwork?
I mean, some of it is filing things away. Most of it is on the but half and half, really. Some of it is, some of it isn't.
I was about to say, why do you have so much actual paper? It's like it's a station. You have computers. there's hard light. You
Most
can
of-
literally be
I say
laying in your
paperwork.
bed and have everything above you so that you can just do
Yes, they're mostly printed out. It's mostly printouts.
The
yes.
building itself is not
Actually,
hard light.
I
Holy
think
shit.
it's more
No.
paperwork
Oh my
that's
god.
printed out. Yeah.
Why does everybody still think this? I swear to God,
just
Hezekiah, if you're going around telling people the entire building's made of hard light, I'm gonna.
I'm just looking because everything. If I ever need to do paperwork, I just. Oh. That happened again. You can join us, Sakoto. You don't have to stay over there.
Okay. I just put my cup.
You're okay.
I was just listening to you talk.
Mm-hmm.
Good, I get to confuse Eva now with all the magic science that I have produced.
Yeah, that was a lot to talk about. Did the stuff work?
Yes, for the most part.
Good to know. Feel free to kind of keep that on hand if you want. We'll just restock it.
Of course. I may end up having to at this rate.
Well, we have a lot of well-trained professionals on board, so...
Yo, Hopper! Thank you for the raid.
Sadly, I will not be joining the engineering team.
Welcome. Hi, guys. Hope you had fun with Hopper. I hope his painting went well.
Considering the two that take up the small spot that we do have available right now, understandable.
I was asking more in the way like I wouldn't be an agent because I don't know. I feel like you have enough, or just I don't need to be. I'm already part of Lotus. I just joined another group, Keith's. I don't need to end up being like Slade and be like part of 4 or 5 different groups.
Yes, don't spread yourself too thin.
Well, this was just gonna be kind of station side stuff.
Just for you to keep maintenance and
which
cheaper.
She has so that way because I wanted to do something to kind of pay for me being here instead of just paying because I like to be helpful. But there's only nothing I can really do, so I'll just pay the rent, as it were.
Pretty much. I mean, if we ever need anything extra, we know where to go, so it does make it easier to find things when we do need it, so in that sense.
I do have just resources sitting on my ship. So.
It's nice to know. I'm not technologically involved, so if you ever wanted to tally up things and let Ion or Ethereal know, that would be a them.
My ship has everything tracked for at least what I have, so.
Well, if we ever need to send an inquiry.
My ship. Considering he likes to blast lasers in random directions and so on.
Understandable.
Like, I know the inside of my ship will not care, but I'd still rather not have random energy beams flying around. There's still some sensitive things.
I mean, not, but charge marks on the sides of my ship.
I already had to do some repainting.
Wow.
From the attempted boarding.
We're gonna go look for Belle.
I can do it.
Hi, Sakoto.
Hey, Sakoto.
Hello.
That's a ceiling.
Are
My
you
joke
okay?
kit went off. Yeah, I'm fine.
I can reach
You
it.
going to bed or you going to the garden?
Well, I was just
Alright, I
looking
got it,
for
I
you.
got it.
Was not sure where you went.
Oh, no, I
we
was
were
just
in there
chilling
for
in
like
the
a
garden.
while. Yeah.
Yeah. Mainly just to, you know,
No.
help our eyes from the flashbang.
Ooh, wait,
Hi.
somebody used a flashbang on Tank?
No,
Somebody
no,
used a
the training
flashbang
room.
on Tank?
The
No,
training
Wow.
room.
that's what I call the training room. I call it the flashbang room because
Yeah. I always put on my blindfold when I go in there every time.
it really hurts the eyes, even after all
Is a
the
bit
time.
bright.
A bit. Did you need something then?
No, I was just wondering where you were.
We are here, outside of my room. To be blessed with a room instead of living in a car. So wonderful.
I can imagine you actually have a
You
proper
can
bed.
live in a car.
What?
Yep.
Can live
Not
in a car.
comfortably.
The car for weeks.
Oh.
I live in a
She's
I live
asking
in a
whether or not
motorhome.
you can live in a car.
Barely.
I have never had a car, so I would not know.
I live in an RV.
Well, yeah, if you had one of those, yeah,
Yeah,
big car.
That makes so much sense.
Here's the funniest thing. Space RV.
Well,
It's a Winnebago too. That's what makes it
Oh
worse.
my
It's
god,
a
you're
Winnebago.
literally living out the Spaceballs fantasy.
What?
Long story short, I couldn't afford to build a ship, so I built one out of a Winnebago.
How much would that even cost? You gotta like seal up the entire thing, and seeing as how old
15,000
Winnebagos are.
credits. And I had the spare parts of a jet that used to fly into space with the life support systems off of the same jet and the re-entry shielding and energy shielding off that jet.
But John,
We had the entire ship.
going to go to the garden for a bit.
Alright.
If you need me,
Have a good night. I'm probably gonna head off. Oh well.
Take care, Sakoto. Sorry for nerding out.
it's okay. suppose it is getting a bit late in the afternoon.
Well, I mean, me personally, probably gonna head home.
Just good to see you. I hope your trip home is safe.
You too, huh? Yeah, it'll be fine. I'm doing a lot better than me and the kiddo. How about yourself? Besides you thinking about a lot.
Not really sure.
Anything you can talk about or comfortable talking about?
I'm afraid. I'm afraid to mess up and hurt someone.
Well, abilities are very hard to control. You know. But like your teacher has always told you, keep working at it. I still don't know how to control mine.
That does not scare you?
Just... Oh no, it terrifies me. But I keep pushing forward, keep trying, keep practicing.
But what happens if you
Sure
do
that
make a mistake and someone is hurt?
I do what I can to help the situation. And apologize for it. And hope that the people I may have hurt understand that it wasn't in my control at the time. You always have to hope for the better and be the good on it. Everything's uncertain. You can never be certain about everything. You can try, but the point I'm trying to make is you can mitigate that by practicing and learning how to control it to an extent and make sure you don't overexert yourself.
Every
Most
time I
accidents
have made a
happen when-
mistake, I have lost my home. I do not want to lose this one too.
You're amongst Sakoto. You're amongst people who understand. I don't think Miss Hybris is going to throw you out. Granted, keep in mind I haven't met them, but I've heard a lot about them from people around here. And I think she's understanding enough. How many times has this happened?
Three times before. It has happened
I
more than
see.
that, but the people at the monastery were very forgiving.
I'm not gonna ask for details. And it's none of my business. But from what I will say, at the time were you completely aware of your abilities? Do you know much about them? No? Did it happen in times of great stress? That's usually what happens. Don't think back on it. Just answer yes or no from what you can remember.
The first time it happened,
Yeah.
my stepsister, she was bullying me.
Yeah.
I did not mean to hurt her.
Well, I think you have your culprit at least. You know what causes it. Overexertion and or stress. I say you just learn to at least temper your reactions. Now, sometimes things will get out of hand and you'll overreact. That, that's human nature. That's how things are. People overreact sometimes. But a good idea when you do overreact, let people know so they get out of the way quick enough. Okay? You know when things like, can you feel something wrong when it happens? Doesn't feel wrong. You just feel it in your bones that something isn't right. I'm only asking to get an idea. You don't have to give me details.
I remember. Yes. I remember a pressure in my head.
Okay.
I was so upset.
And that was...
I wanted her to stop. Shut up.
I gotcha. Well, if you know the telltale sign, you know what caused it, right? There's your first two steps, is knowing the signs of something wrong. Then the next step is letting people know. Or removing yourself from the situation, going to a safe area. The way to remove yourself from that situation, however, has to be quick, instantaneous. You have to poof, be gone. That's the trick of it. For me, for instance, whenever I go into a rage state, I have something called post-traumatic stress disorder. That means when I get stressed out, when I get incredibly angry, because I have a bad temper. I've always had a bad temper. I have a thing in my wrist here, this teleporter. Whenever, see, I'm a synthetic, can't do this, and
Tempting to
I know.
focus.
But this is an example. Whenever I get stressed out,
You're on the cathedral, so yes.
I move myself to
Just
a
making
safe
sure
area,
everything is still going okay, Sakoto.
and I inform people right when it's happening. I'll say,
I
get away
am
from me.
talking to
Very
Casey
loudly,
in the
clear as
ground.
day.
Alright. I won't
If
bother
they
you then.
try to rush over, say, please get away. I will be fine. Now, sometimes people won't listen. That's when you have to remove yourself from the situation. That is for your safety and theirs. My advice would be to talk to somebody about this, which you may have already, so forgive me if I speak out of ignorance. Talk to either Miss H or Hezekiah or, somebody else. Be like, hey, I got this idea. If something goes awry, I need a way to remove myself from the situation so I don't hurt anybody. I stay there until I'm calmed down. And here's an even better thing. If something is seriously wrong, like you can't control your abilities and, you can't leave that place, tell them a series of time, like, say if you're there for a certain amount of time. You have a safe amount of time. If you're there too long, that lets them know that something is off. That way they can try to come and help. The good thing to do would be to not look back on the memories, but get information on what happened. Like, ask your sister or talk to the monks at the monastery or get information on what happened when you did something. It's gonna hurt, it's gonna be hard to do, but bear with me. I'm not trying to stress you out, I promise. I'm trying to help you. Get as much information on the past times that happened so you can prepare. To a degree. You can't prepare for everything, obviously, but you can get what information you can to at least assist. Yep.
We will try.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, I'm just spitballing and guessing, basing this off of something I deal with. But, say, I were to fly off the handle, I'd go to a safe area, or I let people know to stay away from me long enough for me to calm down and I'll be fine. A good idea would be to have someone that has enough knowledge on you to know if something is wrong and something is off. That way, when you are off and you can't, you're not in the right mindset to handle it yourself, they could do it for you. I don't know if they know enough about you, but I think Hezekiah might be able to answer that.
Maybe. Not many people seem to understand it, so it is hard, but Sensei, he has been helping me to train and learn to control it. He knows it better than most, I think.
One thing that I like to do is if somebody's trying to egg me on and I get angry, something like that, is I try to tune them out. Selective hearing, you've probably heard it called. And then breathe, calm myself down, and if that doesn't work, I remove myself situation, like I said previously. First good advice is if you're in a situation where the other person Ooh, you okay?
Leans forward and puts pressure on my arm. It's still a little sore.
Ah, okay. If I, what was I saying? Memory loss. If I got too overly emotional, I tried to do breathing techniques and selective hearing to tune them out long enough for me to calm down. Either that or I'd walk away. You say, I'm sorry, if it's an argument. I'm sorry, but I think it would be better if we both walked away from each other till we could calm down enough to have a civil discussion. Because getting angry at each other hasn't helped anything. Just gonna make it worse. And if you can't do it the mature way, have a mediator. Someone who's a third party who doesn't have a bias, who doesn't really know the situation too well. I've had a lot of time this week to sit and think, to clear my head, to get a lot of things out. And it's helped a good bit. Bring clarity.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear this.
It's definitely put me in a way better mood. I will tell you this, man, last week my head was in a fog. Jesus.
I try to meditate and spend time reflecting. But these past few days since we were sent out,
it's a good thing to do.
I have been having trouble. Yes. Especially since late
Why's
summer.
that?
Late son was not well. And I'm not sure, but part of me is afraid that I caused it.
Talk to him?
He left earlier today. Somehow she came and picked him up, I guess. We were fighting, and there were all of these undead, and we managed to stop them. And there was a spirit, a Ronin, who had died, I think, many years ago. He and his brothers, they were all trapped in the area. All of the undead appearing, it woke them and disturbed their rest. We managed to calm them and help them move on. But after we were done, Slade, he just turned to us and said, "You know, you all will do well. Take care of yourselves." And then he collapsed.
Collapsed.
I do not think he was hurt. He was not saying he was hurt. And when we brought him back, maybe somehow she said that he was okay, but somehow his mind, he was in a coma. That his mind was empty, as if he was asleep, but not.
Was he like that when he left?
No. No, he was awake. But
Oh, talking, cognizant?
he was in charge. He led us. He helped protect me. And we were trying to make contact with the spirits.
When he left the cathedral tonight, was he awake?
I do not know. I was in my room, resting.
Okay.
They said that he was
Fair enough.
quiet, though, but awake.
Well, who knows? Maybe he'll recover. I hope he does. By the way, to update you on something. The merging finally quit. I'm finally my own person. As in, the two separate sides of the AI. There's my personality engram, and then you have my AI. Well, a long time ago, somebody took the AI, the engram, and shuffled the memories. They weren't merged, they were just forced together. Well, recently they merged. And now I can actually think clearly. I'm not having memory issues. I know you probably didn't understand some of that, but...
Not all of it, but I understand enough to know that you are saying you are doing better, which I am happy for you.
I think you'll be fine. Just... I'm going back to the previous thing and realizing that I'm focusing too much on myself and doubling back to the previous conversation.
Oh, it is okay. I am glad to know that you are doing well.
Thank you.
I don't know. I guess I am just scared that it was my fault. At one point, Slade and I were separated from Luxon and Socha. They were... Well, I'm not certain what they were doing. I think they were also defending themselves. But two very large undead came and were attacking Slade and I. At one point, they knocked him onto the ground, and I just ran to him. I thought maybe if I were to use the barrier, maybe they could not hurt him if they could not hurt me. But then there was all of this mist. I was scared, so I closed my eyes. But he told me he would count, and on 3, He wanted me to run. So I did. And when I did, the mists were gone. And I just felt dizzy. It was hard to stand for a moment until Saya-chan was there and she picked me up, set me back to my feet. I am worried that maybe in trying to do something to protect him, I might have hurt him. And maybe he knows this. Maybe this is why he is quiet, because he is angry, like he sometimes is.
I think you'll be fine. In all reality, I don't think you'll know until you sit down. Oh, no. Like I always say, communication is key. Even if they dislike you, at least you know. Okay? Don't overthink it too much. Okay? Just be honest and talk to them. It'll be fine. Either way, you'll know. And if you wronged them, try to do what's right by working on it. Okay? People get better with time. You can't do it instantaneously. It has to be a constant effort. And to Sakoto, what I can tell you from right now, from what I know about you, you are trying. And you're doing your best. Keep going. Okay? You're doing your best.
Thank you, Kisama.
Of course. I'm proud of you, kid. You're doing a hell of a lot better than I am.
Thank you.
The difference between me and you is we're both trying, and we're both doing our best. Keep at it. God. Being the old man on the mountain sucks.
What is wrong with old men
It's
on
an old
mountains?
phrase. Nothing. It's a phrase. The old wise man on the mountain. You know, so it's a stereotype that happens.
I knew several
TV
old men
shows.
on mountains. They were all my neighbors.
I guess I'm one of them now. I live in a cabin on top of an old frozen hill. I need to go get some rest and get home.
Okay.
Feed the kid and all that good stuff. You take care, okay? Is a hug alright?
Yes, here. You are
Good
much
night.
taller than I am.
That's why I'm bent over. Good night. Oh boy, I better get out of here before Miss Hybris throws me out.
Maybe. I do not know.
Yes, I know she heard that. Oh no,
Did
she
she?
won't throw me out. I mean, that's what the others told me. I don't know.
I do not know. I have only ever talked to Iris Goji 2 times.
Hmm.
I am just thankful
I'd
that
like
she
to
lets
meet
me
her
stay here.
someday. Hmm.
They say she is a very busy
I'd like
woman, but that she often
Oh,
makes times
well,
to
yeah, I
talk
know.
to people if they simply ask.
I'd like to talk to her sometime. Just a little short conversation. Nothing big. I just like talking to other AIs. Spike my curiosity.
That's so
Especially
strange
older
talking
ones.
to her. It was like she knew more than I had ever told her about myself.
He's the stoic type. Good. I'll get along with her.
No, more
No?
like knowing. I did not feel afraid of her, but I also felt a certain unease, maybe? Like I was talking to someone who knew too much about me, even though we had just met.
Well, when you're a person, I don't know how old Iris is, but she's been around the block in the Metaverse for a bit. She's probably met a wild manner of people, and well, after a certain amount of time, you learn how to read people when you meet them.
Maybe.
Blessing, curse, most of the time, curse. You shouldn't do much. But, either way.
I think I
I'd
may
like to
go back
speak
to the
to her
kitchen
just-
and find something to snack on. I'm a bit hungry, but I do not want to eat something too large just yet. I woke up too late to eat lunch properly. I am just glad that my head does not hurt anymore.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm also beginning to think that I need to carry around a handkerchief or something.
Why?
Well, when I do too much, my nose starts to bleed a bit, and it's always embarrassing. Because then someone's like, "Oh no, Sakoto, are you okay? You are bleeding." And I say, "Oh no, it's normal. Please do not freak out. Not something to panic."
It's something a little oddball. A Swiss Army knife comes in handy from time to time. It's a knife with a bunch of little tools on it.
Oh, that is not what I was thinking. Sienna-san, she is supposed to teach me how to use knives, but she has not started yet.
It's a little knife about no bigger than my thumb. It has a few attachments and tools on it. Comes in handy when you need it. I always have one on me at all times. I've had it on me.
Sounds very useful. I will try to find one of these Swiss knives.
Swiss Army knife. Yep. I've probably had mine since I was in the army. We used to use it to open cans, fix stuff on the fly when we needed to. It just comes in handy. Either way, I'll get out of your hair. I gotta head home before my girlfriend knocks the shit out of me for not being home by dinner. Take. It's a joke, by the way.
Okay.
Take care.
Goodbye. Need to keep practicing that, I guess.
I could be tall. I have been as tall as Everest a few times. Welcome back. Also, I haven't
Hello,
said it yet,
Sakoto.
but I love your outfit. It looks extremely comfy.
He's
I'm glad
very
you started to
baggy.
expand outward from the old coat.
Once again, I just have the advantage of not having to worry about such things. Because I am already wearing fur.
Do you wear fur? Or do you grow it?
Yes.
Understandable.
There's fourth dimensional reasons, but also technically yes, because I am technically also shedding, so I am also wearing fur.
I feel as though I do not understand.
I know, killed the therapist again.
There's still ice cream in there for later, Sakoto.
But I have not trained.
It's kind
You
of
don't need to train all the time to eat ice cream.
can be a nice treat for a rough time every now and then. But I'm not
Exactly.
I mean, you did go on a mission, so.
Went on a mission and had a therapy session. Ice cream is fine.
Yeah.
I will accept this reasoning.
It's very good reasoning.
Of course, there's always a good reason.
So we are all just standing
Same
here.
reason. Well, yeah, we were having tea, but the tea kind of was done. It just kind of didn't move around.
Oh,
We just kind of kept talking here. I don't remember
So
what we were
tomorrow's
talking
training.
about.
We're gonna do more focus on the mental link. More of seeing through my senses.
okay.
Let's see what the limit is and how long you can do it before you get tired. That, and we'll do another game of trying to catch me in a lie. See if you can read the service thoughts as usual.
Yes, Sensei.
I'll basically start spouting off an old story of one that I remember back in training, and if you can catch the part of the story that's a lie, we'll count that as a success.
Okay.
She's getting a lot better.
That's good to hear.
Soon we'll be able to, anytime we have a mission that involves investigations, sending Sakoto, they can't lie to us otherwise.
But what
Which we
if
did
they are
have,
really good
actually.
at like double lying?
Or I guess the main trouble you might come into is them not lying, but not
Or what if they believe it is the
telling
truth
the truth
choosing?
at the same time.
Tr-
If that's what
Truthing.
it's called. Is that when you're not lying, but also not telling the truth? You're
Well,
basically
yes,
giving
with
a
my
kind of
truth
blank
circle, you
answer.
can definitely omit things if you're inside of my truth circle. All you have to do is believe it's the truth or answer part of the question honestly, leaving out the actual facts that you want to. However,
cannot confirm I
she's
have
more or
done this.
less exactly, except she's more or less inside there. So the minute you think about the wrong thing, she might be able to pick up on that.
If you are
After all, it
thinking
takes a lot
about the
more
thing
energy
you
to
are
think up a
going to
lie.
lie about, and then you say something that does not match, then yes. Like what you do most of the time. And you try to do your stories.
Okay, all right. Thank you for finishing the sentence. I was very concerned for a second there.
And plus,
Sorry.
though that is the one thing, he has the advantage since he knows that your word,
He has
the
to
word
resist.
has left me.
Observing.
Psionic, that's the word. Most people,
Yes.
you will know you're a psionic, so you will have the advantage at the time.
Catch them off guard. One mission report we did was we ended up having somebody who was a murderer who thought he could cover his tracks by calling the agents to help him deal with something that he had caused because of what he had done. And he almost got away with it too.
It seems kind of dumb.
Was he stopped by meddling kids?
No, we stopped by our agents and their dog because Ku was there. So yes, he would have gotten
I'm
away.
not gonna be
I am not a kid
somebody's
anymore, so they
sidekick
cannot
dog,
call me
and
a
I
child.
apologize.
True. Well, see, he would have gotten away with it if we had taken him for his word. Apparently, the agents had found things at the first location which didn't match completely with his story. So some of them were wary, some of them weren't. The thing that they were sent to get rid of was actually aggressive. That was also a banshee. So it did fit what he was saying.
Banshees.
Yes. She wanted revenge for what he had done,
Oh,
but she couldn't speak.
banshees are very dangerous. They will kill you if they scream too loud.
Oh yeah, just ask Ku. Yeah, ask Ku. His eardrums were ruptured after that mission.
Ooh.
He had to
Oh.
repair them. Yeah. He got a little too close when she decided to let one of the whales out.
This is why I need help.
Trying to remember what
According to the
my
reports,
parents
though.
said you do when there is a banshee. There's something you can do to help you to figure out that it is a banshee, because sometimes they will not show themselves before you discover them.
Mm.
So you must first identify the kind of spirit you are looking for. You do not already know.
Be careful
Yes.
with mirrors.
Always be careful with mirrors.
Banshees really don't like mirrors.
Reflective objects, yeah.
Many spirits will try to use mirrors against you. They are sort of a doorway sometimes.
In the
To
case
see.
of banshees, their reflection rages them.
Letting them see for what they are.
Hmm.
What they don't want to believe that they are. Good news is, he slipped up, and one of the agents was able to commune with the area around them and figure out that he wasn't being straightforward. They did some investigating while they were able to split off and keep him distracted. And they ended up bringing the spirit back with a lover. And they were able to both move on peacefully, and he was put into custody.
I'm trying to remember if Sakoto was around for this. This sounds familiar.
I find my people brute force things more.
Wait,
As
no, she
banshees,
wasn't
as-
here. I
as
was
you
one of the people
You've called them.
DMing or like
Yeah,
helping
I
with
mean,
like
there's
NPC stuff.
Such things. We've dealt with such similar spirits, but we just capture and seal. Capture, seal, calm down, release, get sucked into a black hole.
Which normally, if you have the means to do it and the power,
Wait.
There's more
but
to it.
not
that's
all of
just
our
simplified.
agents are equipped for dealing with spirits and things like that.
You have to help them move
At least
on.
forcefully.
Otherwise, they will be destroyed.
We, well, with our people, with our religion, that's, we have canisters where if needed, we contain a soul or a spirit. If it is too aggressive or too much to be allowed to stay on a tomb world until the appropriate time, so it's sealed in a canister until the tomb world is eventually brought into a great temple, which at that time the spirit will go through the scales where its soul is weighed and it's either sentenced or sent to be reborn. I know somebody that is, I guess you'd say, a bit more understanding, a bit more polite with spirits. They take them to where it is best suited. With my people, you have one choice. you get sent to the scales, your soul is weighed. If you have done wrong in your life, you are cursed to serve, to repent for such things. That's what this is. The most severe remain in this form as punishment. Once you have served, or I guess the word is repented for the wrongs you have done, you are sent back through the scales. If you pass the scales, you join the other souls in the waiting to be reborn. And then when the great releases happens, all the souls are ejected out to be sent to where they are reborn. It may not be the nicest way, but that is just how my people are. In the end, the souls go where they are... Words, why do you fail me? They go where they are destined to go. If they have done severe wrong, they are punished. If they have done something minor, they are punished. They serve their sentence. And then they are able to rejoin.
Unique way to look at lost soul spirit, though. Interesting, though.
That's kind of why I mentioned earlier about the big difference between here and where I come from. Here there's an abundance of roaming lost souls, or just roaming spirits everywhere. Where I come from, you will only find them on tomb worlds.
Even some living long enough to gain a new form entirely.
Those are the ones that need the help the most.
That or they don't, like Kitsune, like Lady Crystal, or Shiro.
That is something different.
They were made with an actual form. They weren't something that was lost and then reformed. Yes.
If a person is trapped in the material, they will accumulate the negativity around them or the positivity, and either move on or continue to be trapped. If the negativity becomes too much, they will twist and turn, become warped by it.
That's with our tomb worlds. That's yes. That's where we bury most of the fallen, and we send lost souls. They go to tomb worlds. Now we're not just dumping them on a world and leaving them there. I think I mentioned that the reason why I came here was I had two options: arranged marriage or serve on a tomb world. We have people that tend to the spirits and the souls on tomb worlds, keep them calm, help them stay calm, help them so they don't what's the word? I guess degrade, you can say. So then they can go through the process. We don't have to seal them away until the day of the
do I make them
join
wait?
the temple. As the amount of people that we lose constantly, we would have so many ships transporting souls.
But you do not need to transport them.
If, with us, we believe if a soul, with us, the great temples are what most call singularities or black holes. We can create them artificially, that's what the canisters are, but those aren't truly a true Great Temple. Those usually are sent and put into a Great Temple, as it's called. We can't pick and choose necessarily.
I do not understand what you are saying. What does this have to do with this?
What? I think my brain has failed me again. I apologize. So, ask the question again. I'm sorry.
You say that you collect these spirits and you take them to these temples, yes?
Yes. To the tomb worlds.
Yes.
Can I bother you for a second?
Of course.
Yes. Because that's basically our graveyard, where we lay to rest our people.
But will that not just agitate them more? For many spirits, where they are bound is already... It is painful for them to leave. They cannot leave, many of them. To force them to leave.
With my people, we
That is why
see a loss.
Miko exists. To go and help these spirits. To help them move on peacefully, without harm.
With my people, we've been doing this for so long where the souls are always concentrated on these planets. So if there's a wandering lost soul, it is by itself.
That is how it is, though. That is normal. What is wrong with that?
Yes. My
And some
people don't like
spirits...
being by ourselves. At heart, we are canine. We are pack creatures.
I understand this. But for
With us,
a spirit to be there, to force them to go somewhere else, they are there for a reason, are they not? When someone dies, the spirit that is left behind is them. Is it not? Why would you not simply help them to move on from where they are now?
They might have different motivations for staying where they are due to the cultural differences.
I was about to mention that I can't go into great detail because I'm not a priest. I'm not a priestess. I'm not part of a religious sect. But it's just been ingrained in my people.
I find it somewhat sad to take someone who is already scared and lost, stuck where they should not be, and to try to remove them from where they are and force them to go to a place where they may not understand where they are. Why not just help them to move on, to go to where they are meant to be, right then and there?
Because where my people believe we are meant to go is the Great Temple. These tomb worlds, they aren't just picked randomly. They are specifically picked because they're in the path of a Great Temple. So my people believe if we are in a tomb world,
these
if our
temples,
spirit is
where
there,
these are on different planets that you go to?
This is so. The Great Temple, as we call it, it's a black hole. Most people call it. It's a space anomaly. Is the best way I can explain it. Basically, it's a part of space where everything, even light, gets sucked into.
Okay.
and can't escape. Unless
But
enough
is not
energy.
where people are meant to go. Is it not?
That's our religion. We believe these are great temples. And whenever they eject the energy that they have consumed, we consider that
Black holes
the
don't
release
eject
of
energy, what?
souls to be reborn.
Do they?
It is like the dead among two different deities. They aren't meant to go to one singular place. They are meant to go to places as deemed by their faiths.
I know this. I am aware of this.
For them, it is to be
Some
placed in these black holes and spat back out.
with our belief, like I mentioned before, the scales that weigh an individual's soul determine if they're worthy of being reborn. They are in these great temples and within the singularity. That's why you might say some people will mistake this for a black hole or a singularity because it is almost exactly what one would look like. That is just our belief that all our lives we've had this ability.
It is only
And
your people
from-
that you do this with.
Any spirit or soul. That's why I don't do anything here.
Concern. Black holes plasma jets discharge energy.
That's my people. That's where I come from. But I'm not doing that here because it's different here. Everybody here has different beliefs. If I were to go around snatching up every soul or spirit, I would be seen as a monster, wouldn't I? I don't want that.
Probably.
Because if I was doing this, then I'd have to do that to Rose. I wouldn't want to do that to Rose.
Rose is not the spirit of the dead.
She is a spirit.
Oh, okay.
The religious sects don't care. If it's a spirit, it will go through the process.
There are so many living spirits, though.
Okay.
It's, like I said, it's my people. I don't agree with everything.
Yes, of course.
Partially why I came here. I'm still very fond of my people because we've done great things. But with all people, there are still the negative sides that we still need to get over. And I hope this hasn't negatively affected your outlook on me, at least.
Not you, just your people. There are many spirits that are good, that should stay where they are. Spirits of the living. Lady Crystal, Shiro-san.
I may need to speak with the Necropolis about banishing your people.
There are entire people who should stay where they are, not be torn from where they are. Living spirits do great good for the places where they live. Forest spirits that watch over the creatures. Water spirits that make certain their rivers stay clean. They belong there. They are created by nature.
We haven't believed in such spirits for an extremely long time.
Do not
And
believe
we haven't seen
in them. It does not matter. They exist. They are people,
We don't see
just
them.
like us. They just come from somewhere very different.
That might be the case here.
But where your people
In
come from.
comparison, not so much. It may be simple me saying I'm from the other side of the galaxy, but that is an extremely long ways away. So there can be a huge difference between here and there in regards to how easy spirits can appear, form, and so on and so forth.
Spirits can appear anywhere.
I've never heard of a forest spirit until I came here.
Perhaps because your people have been taking them.
Could create an anomaly, a gap, or a tear. Maybe it was. Maybe it once was.
Spirits
Things
come from
changed
the
and shifted
ethereal.
over time.
This is where they live.
Hmm.
That is where they belong. And those who are not ready to pass over often get trapped there. That is why spirits of the dead still linger.
They border
have not
between this
yet
and there.
pierced the veil.
I'm not sure. It's just from what I know. I've never heard of a forest spirit or, the spirits that you have mentioned in my area where I come from. We have, like I said, the spirits from individuals.
Souls.
Perhaps, souls, spirits. I always sometimes get it mixed up. What
Pretty interchangeable
specifically.
words.
Yeah.
For some, yes.
But
They are
perhaps
both the same thing, but for others they are very different.
there might be a reason why the spirits don't come to my space or to where we are. It's because I mentioned it to you one in regards to connecting psionically to me. My people have a spark of madness from our history. So, even in spiritual form, we radiate rage. So perhaps that section of space is just imbalanced for them.
Sakoto, you said you trained as a Miko, right?
Yes, Miko.
That included dealing with the spirits? Isn't that normally left to... Oh, did your parents teach you that?
No, Miko. Shrines deal in many things, but primarily they are a place where people can come and commune with spirits, but also seek assistance when dealing with them. Miko sometimes are sent to places to deal with spirits that are perhaps getting a bit out of control, or perhaps the soul of someone who is lost. You will help them to move on. It
I know
is
that's
quite
something that
normal.
your parents did. Or your mother.
Something like this. My mother always said she was not a Miko and that she was never trained as such, but that her and my father would sometimes go and assist people in dealing with spirits, both living and dead.
So she knew how to. And she taught you what she knew?
Some things, yes. It was because of what they taught me that I took an interest in becoming a Miko in the first place. We had a shrine in our village, and there were many girls who would go and become Miko, who learned to commune with and assist others in living amongst spirits.
So I think your mother might have been well versed in some form of magics.
Both of my
To deal with
parents said
spirits.
that they could do magic, but I could not. But there are
I
other
know I
ways
said
of
before.
dealing with spirits that are not so needing to cast spells and such. This is why they let me train.
Sometimes guidance is needed more than a heavy hand.
Not just that. There are normal ways to fend off a spirit who is perhaps angry and getting a bit too rowdy.
That being said,
You are familiar with poltergeist? Throw salt at them. They get very, very scared. They don't like it.
yes. I believe it was in one of the agent's notes that, yeah, talismans work. So to keep those out of the area.
Yes, like, do not ever try to offer beans to Hiro-san. Oni do not like beans.
I did not know that. That's good to know.
I am not certain
Never
why.
invite children with black eyes into your house.
It is
dangerous
something
spirits.
about it saps away their power if they touch them. I do not know why. There is some old story, but I do not quite remember.
Interesting.
I mean, it's the same for
Extremely curious about that now.
some of the infernal imps. When I send them back, sometimes you don't need a spell.
You
to
are
send them back
talking
to the
about
helpline.
demons. Demons are much more scary.
Yes. But some demons are just spirits that poured back out of hell after they were sent there, pulled there for some reason, so they're corrupted.
When someone's spirit is too far gone and becomes corrupted by evil or negativity, sometimes they become demons, yes. But that is not so common. If you are to ever
it is
deal with
fair.
something like this, someone who says, oh, my house is haunted, and you go to deal with a demon, they always told me, do not touch, just come home, come back to the shrine. We will let the elders deal with this. because it is far too dangerous.
Except now you have dealt with them. In fact,
I punched
quite a
that
bit, right?
demon, yes.
Mm-hmm.
It was a very big demon. Most
I've
of them
seen
were
them,
bigger
yes, I
than me,
remember.
and it was a little scary, but
Have you met the
managed.
snake ones?
What?
Snake body, 2 arms. Usually hold 2 blades that they have attached to the backs.
Oh, I do not know anything about different kinds of demons.
Alright.
I just
Slade
know
might have
big,
information on those
scary
ones.
demons. Don't touch them if you
Hmm.
can avoid them.
Bald heads. Kind of no eyes.
None of the demons I fought had hair. I am trying to
Well, they're
imagine
kind of
one
like-
of them with a fancy wig.
Well, for the most part, you are pretty capable now. Remember the talk about climbing back up the mountain? Do you think maybe, given a little more time, you wanted to make the trip?
Maybe.
You're much stronger than you used to be. Give it some time and let me know.
You seem lost in thought. I was wondering what you were thinking, but then I remembered, no, stop thinking about that.
There you go.
Like I said, as long as you ask first, it's fine, because then you won't get...
I do not want to get
Yeah.
smacked in my brain.
Yes. If you're curious, something
only
I was
just got rid
talking
of
to
my
him about
headache.
earlier. Yes, I'd feel extremely bad if I gave you another one.
It would only be because of my own stupidity at that point. I would not feel
I'd still feel
upset
bad.
at you, only myself.
Mhm. But, so, I've mentioned, because while you two were talking, we were talking scientific magic, you can say. How I'm trying to understand magic in a scientific sense. So, I just had the thought of,
I need to
no.
put this back in the fridge before it fully melts.
But I had the thought of hell. Like, Slade has been to hell. Lots of people have been to hell. It's a physical place. There's layers, there's demons, so on and so forth. Like, there's
Yes, that's another plane of
land.
existence.
Hmm.
Yes.
My people have a place, or a dimension we call hell space. It's fiery, chaotic, so on and so forth.
It
Sounds
could be a
like hell.
branch of it, yes. Yes.
Mm.
I mean,
It's
a lot of
empty, it's
places can
barren.
be the same area, just different demiplanes, derivative of one.
Which,
There are many places
with
within
their
the ethereal.
realization,
I have heard of cities and
Between the
other
two
such
houses.
places.
like, there's cities in hell, right? I'm pretty sure I heard about that.
Yes, there are
Do not
actual
know
places where
this.
the denizens do live.
So that just
Where
kind
there are
of
people that are
reinforces
homes.
my theory of denser matter in this area. It is so dense that even in the dimension of hell, land has formed. Unlike where I come from, where it's just void and it's just chaotic energy.
To be honest, that's
Hmm.
kind of what it felt like when we were there. When we found those big demons.
Depending on which layer.
It was
Whichever layer you were in.
Just lots of
Ears in
red
betweens.
everywhere, and there was blood. I almost fell. Well, no, I did fall in it. I could not see very well. My glasses were all messy.
I'm dead.
Yes. Oh,
Probably
Lutrixon.
wipe them
He
off
helped
again.
me though. He did magic and made it not so bad. I could see again.
Oh, that,
No blood in my eyes. But
whatever that
very
spell is, I keep
gross.
hearing. Yeah, plot isn't exactly the funnest of things to fall into. I know it's from experience. It gets everywhere.
I had to take a shower when we got back. It was very gross.
That is definitely a very good idea. Okay. Sorry, I just got lost in thought because I got excited about that, how that just kind of reinforced my theory.
I am perfectly fine. But beyond that, I do have to go through the agents and forward some of the cam footage to Ion and Miss Ibris. So I'll be in the office. If you needed anything, I'll be there so we can go over notes.
Of course. I may as well just follow you and help you get the work done faster.
If you want to. It's not really have to, but you can help.
It can give me some good insight to how they operate while...
Actually, you know, fair enough. You would have to go over it anyways.
That's
Right.
actually a really good idea.
Training in the morning. Don't stay up late.
Well, right.
As I hypocritically
it's
say
in-
that.
on my phone. Yes. I will tell you everything I know, but there were these spirits there that we did not know much of, but we were able to help them.
Yes, I remember I had gotten some more information afterwards, and Scaris was going to look into it. Apparently, the Necropolis had some extra information to give that you were able to give them so far. It's been helpful. I'll follow up with you if
I
anything.
would like to know more, if possible, about these spirits. Even though they have
Yes.
moved on, I would like to know their story, if
I'll
possible.
have, definitely. I will have Scaris get with you about that since he's leading the investigation on that side. I don't have the Necropolis connections that he does.
Thank you.
No
I
problem.
would like to
Have a good
know
rest of
more
your
about
night.
what happened.
You as well. You can link up with Scaris once he has information. I'll make sure that he... Well, if anything, I'll have him deposited into the chat room. That way everybody's informed at once. Otherwise, have a good rest of your night.
I'll
for
take
you.
that, Sam.
Yes,
Mm,
have a
keep
good
your
rest of
studies
your
good.
nights.
Also, with I think you said earlier that
I'll be fine with sugar
that you're
cookies.
gonna let the Necropolis know about my people. You probably don't have to worry about that as long as they leave my people alone. My people probably don't care. They tend to not bother with other dimensions.
You are here. That leaves
That's
the
because I
opportunity for
decided to
Azula
come.
to get here.
I mean, it took me 2 years to get here. So unless they're extremely dedicated to come to this exact spot.
That is the thing. The
What?
ethereal touches all that is the material.
I'm not sure. I'm not hurt, so.
Does not. What I am saying is, it does not matter where you go. Here, in the material, the ethereal is there. At least, that is my understanding of it.
falls into the. We have our set ways. At least I've never heard of the necropolis. So.
To be fair, I was also
speak on behalf
until
of loose spirits.
very recently told that maybe it is not supposed to be secret anymore.
What,
It
the
is something to be
necropolis?
kept with the trusted people. To avoid conflict.
I don't know the necropolis. I don't know where
It is a secret place.
I'm not gonna bother.
I do not tell people about it, if possible.
I've heard people say. Mainly, I've heard it the most often, like past few days.
Well, we were helping. Many of the people here
the one
have.
guy from the city.
Many of the people here are friendly with the necropolis, and people such as her and Scaris, they live there. But they...
He and Scaris are sort of considered like ambassadors for the necropolis for ages.
The mission we were sent, they were undead that were going too far, that had lost control and were in danger of hurting people, amongst other things. So they asked us to step in and help tell them to stop them from hurting anyone.
Understandable.
That being said, while I have not met many yet, there are many spirits who live there. Souls of those who have passed.
I'm not gonna do anything.
I'm not saying you will, but
But
what she is saying is that it is important for her to be aware that your people could perhaps find them and, well, try to take people who are simply trying to peacefully live. As many of the spirits
My
do.
first priority is to my people, after all.
Understandable. All I can really say is with my people, we tend to not wander looking for things or places. We're happy, as the joke seems to be from the other species that are part of the Confederacy, is that my people are perfectly happy sitting in our sandbox playing with the sand. Generally, the only time there is significant movement from my people is when somebody decides to come up and slap us. Because they think we're just some dumb dog in the sand that they can come take things from. Naturally, that results in quite a bit of movement. Otherwise, we're quite content, just sitting there playing with our sand. It's a strange thing that our people kind of consider like a law of the universe. So far, we've had one species not attack us after meeting us, and that was because we helped them from extinction. from what I recall, their planet was dying from pollution. I forget the exact word. Over-industrialization, I think, is more or less the term. And we helped them out. You know, we cleaned up the planet, rejuvenated it. But every other species, for some reason, we meet them, they see us content in our space, and they decide to come over and just punch us. I mean, they're friends now, but at one time, basically every species that is part of the Confederacy has attacked us at least once. And usually they only get one chance to do so. The second chance generally doesn't result in a good ending. But, it's just small fuzzy things that like our sand. I hate sand personally, but we just want to stay in our sandbox and left to our toys.
It is really just the fact that you said that they would cleanse any spirit they came across. That is concerning for Necropolis.
Understand. Would the Necropolis randomly wander in an unknown space, though? If they came
The
across some
Necropolis
unknown
doesn't
species? Would... I'm just... So... I might have just I might be completely blanking on it, but you're from the Necropolis, right?
I have residency there.
Okay.
I am from a town long lost in time.
Because I think, didn't the man that came back here that day during the city attack, he was from the Necropolis, wasn't he?
He was a spirit, I think. I believe he said he was a spirit.
You mean Greymore?
Yes, Greymore.
He was a defender of the forest around the city. Basically, making sure nothing gets in.
I don't know, either way back in time, maybe those that had connections to the Necropolis in my section of space had already were sent through the process. We have a lot of lost history because your home planet and being glassed kind of harms your history keeping.
Glassed?
Yes, basically bombarded with energy weapons until there's just glass.
Oh.
Yeah. There's still where there used to be a desert. It's called the Glass Sea. Otherwise, we've repaired all the other areas.
How do you...
I would assume they just crushed it down into sand again.
It's advanced technology. I have no idea how it works. They just call in.
You're sure you don't really recover a planet that's been.
I'm spacing on what they're called right now, but when there is a planet, which we've used them to help that species that was on the verge of extinction because of the industrial pollutants and whatnot. The initial use of them was first on their planet to bring back life, clean up the pollutants. Think of it as extremely advanced
What?
I had the word.
Nikki, honey,
I had the word.
your lore makes no sense.
Terraforming. That's the word.
The fuck do you terraform a glass planet?
Terraforming sickness. Right. It's caused by improper terraforming.
It's
A lot of the words I've learned for the modern time come from medical knowledge, so I need to think about what it's in reference to.
yeah. If you want, I can expand a little more. It's in this case mostly they're used for healing planets that have been damaged due to industrialization, mass extinctions. They come in, they take, the DNA of the planet, of fossils of lost, from bones of lost species.
There was a glass planet in the Halo universe, but I don't think they ever re-terraformed it. Like, I think it was only just partially
That's what
glass. Like, there was
we
an
did
entire...
on our
Or was...
planet,
No.
the glass in it.
Planet of Reach. Wasn't that planet just completely glassed and
I'm
then
not sure on
it
the
was just
details
gone?
because that was, several thousand years ago, but
I'm so good. Just abandoned. Yeah, because you can't...
with the necropolis, maybe that might have been
Well, and it
maybe
was
they
in Halo
already
5?
lost
Oh,
contact
okay.
or touch with that section, so there is no.
I wouldn't imagine that Necropolis had a direct contact with them.
I'm not sure.
And it's a concern of if your people wandered. If someone else decided they wanted to leave like you did. And though the chance is very, very low, it's not impossible.
True, but I very much doubt the most stout of the religious sects would go wandering alone across the galaxy.
But if they do
Or
not
really
go alone,
believe.
then that is even worse.
Yeah, I mean, I doubt they like I said, a lot of people are content with where we are. With our toys and things. I don't know, I'm just kind of digging a hole for myself right now. That's what I have to say. It's an area I'm not familiar with. It's the religious thing. It's history.
Scarlet.
I just know machines. That's all I know. Either way, I understand your concern. It's totally understandable. I'm sure, hopefully.
It is better for the Necropolis to be aware of a potential threat to their people than to simply say, oh, well, it could never happen, so we don't care.
Yeah.
Especially when they're trying to
considering-
become more open.
That too. To my understanding, they have already faced a lot of distrust and people who do not believe that they should be allowed to continue. At least in the past. So it would make sense.
The living fear would outnumbers them.
I just don't know how the Necropolis. You might have said this already. I'm just being a complete idiot. But I am not sure how Necropolis makes contact with individuals. Is it through spirits? But then how do the spirits get there?
They talk to them.
Well, it's... Yeah.
Okay. So
That's
they
why
talk
we
to
have...
spirits.
People have service ambassadors like me recently.
They have
as
many
well,
undead
like
people
Grimoire
in the
who-
Necropolis who live there, but also some like...
who occasionally go to retrieve them.
Yes.
So, the only way the Necropolis would, in theory, get in touch with my people is via a tomb world where there is possibly a spirit being held there. Or
More
placed
likely
there,
the
or
concern about
has there.
the other way around. I don't believe the Necropolis operates off-world at all.
Is no different than the Restovians. Even though Ristov does not have many contacts and dealings in the outside world, they still stay informed, at least the people who run the kingdom. They are aware, to my understanding.
Oh. Like a coconut tree on a beach. The island across the sea isn't expecting a coconut. They're not going out looking for coconuts. But the one coconut hits that rock just right and starts floating across the water, and eventually ends in that land.
More coconuts.
The coconut grows and starts new trees. There's always the chance that another coconut will hit that rock just right and sail off in the same direction.
I don't know. Maybe you meet another Anubian. You start a family tree of Anubians who all do not follow the teachings, so your people hear about this and they go, oh, well now we're interested, and they come looking for them.
That's the thing about my people. We do have the religious sect, but we have, I think you were here when I mentioned there are some of my people that have become space squids. Gene manipulation.
What?
Yes, space squids. It's the best way I can explain it. They live off of gas giants.
I feel like you are pulling my leg, yes?
Why would someone turn himself into a monstrosity? Willingly?
It's a monstrosity to you because you're not familiar with such things. I come from a large spacefaring civilization where we meet so many different, we have, a variety of different races, of different, what's the word? Ways of
God damn it, Mara.
Existing that require
No.
different methods of consuming, so on and so forth. I'm failing at words, I'm explaining it very horribly. It's a form of self-expression, I guess you can say.
I don't know.
They
Write lore about the
wish to
coconuts on
experience
Catboy
space
Island.
fully, without a spacesuit, without a spaceship. There are creatures that do live in space.
I didn't say Catboy because there's also Catgirls, but
They wish to think of it like they wish to experience nature fully. It's just the vacuum of space. But anyways, my people have it's the nation I come from is, like I said, it's a strange government style. It's a royal imperium. It's an
Nikita,
imperial type government and a royal
I
type
appreciate you,
yes.
but I have no idea what that means.
anyways, there's my type of government, but then our
Do you
people
have a king?
Multiple.
Or a queen?
We have an emperor or empress.
Oh. You are
But
run
I
by
am
a
of
lady?
royal blood.
Yes, you have told me this. There is like bloodlines.
Yes. Yes. At the moment, it is an emperor.
We have multiple kings
For a
and
male.
queens, and then apparently they all come together sometimes to talk and say, "Oh, well, we want to establish trade routes between these two cities."
Hmm.
I do not know who. I was never paying attention to these things when I was little.
Hmm.
But I did visit our capital once in Ristov. Well, there is Ristov the kingdom, which is all of the lands, including all of the kingdoms. But then there is also the city of Ristov, the great city of Ristov. There is a castle there. I have seen it once. It was very pretty. It is along the ocean.
I wish I could see that. I'm sure that would be lovely. I guess my people are overall it's confederacy, like a kingdom. You have. Does your kingdom have like nation states? Like
I
it's a
don't
kingdom,
know what
but you
that
have
means.
Different areas of government.
I lived on a mountain, so much of this was already quite distant.
Yeah.
The
Like,
only
most
thing
people-
that mattered
multiple
to
different
us
governments
was
already.
our relations to the village at the bottom of the mountain, Yosashi village, and their trades that they would have with us. We had a good relation, I think. I don't know. I was like maybe 15 at the time before I left my village, so much of this was not my concern. I just knew that they would send up people carrying supplies up the mountain to trade with us.
Is it? Can you go back to Ristov? I don't remember if you've ever. I feel like I've heard people say that they have gone to and come back to from.
You can go there, yes. I do not know how to get there from here right now. It is not something I am particularly familiar with, but they have very strict rules about allowing people into the borders of our kingdom because they do not allow most of your modern technology. It is not allowed. So your little butterfly friend would not be allowed. Or your fancy gun. Or your watch thing.
I think just me entirely wouldn't be able to go in because I have implants. So.
I
have
do not know
technology
about
in my
that.
body.
I did not know that was a thing until I came to Zafira. And then I saw a man with crazy red robot eyes. It was a little scary.
Yeah.
He said he got them replaced so he could see things that other people could not because he had fancy heat vision. So he can see the fire or something. I don't know.
Yeah. So, basically, don't tell them about the computer in my head.
They will probably
If I
know.
wanna visit.
Maybe. I don't know.
I'm curious. Yeah.
I suppose if I ever went, I'd have to conceal myself.
Maybe. I do not know how they feel about undead wandering. It is not something I saw until I left Rostov, so it was a little alarming. Even Rasha-san, I was a bit alarmed to see her, as orcs are not something you generally see much of in Rostov. They are
I had to get
not
used to her.
so. Yes.
Those of the
Orcs are.
in general of all
like,
kinds were not regarded very well.
Yes, they are considered like wild animals sometimes, because they will attack villages. And they do not really like most people, I think. Thankfully, they do not come up the mountain much, so we never really saw them. We just had angry goats.
Angry goats.
Mm-hmm,
I've
mm-hmm.
heard they tend to just always be angry.
Well, it was not that. Sometimes they come and they wander up to the village, and the people who watch the gate, they have to shoo them away. But then they get angry and they go, cram! Slam into you, and they're very angry. Very powerful creatures.
Oh. Living near cliffs, you wonder if someone fell, but really it's just one of the goats deciding to scream.
I have heard them scream. We have goats in our village, and sometimes they will just decide to shout and say, ah! Because they are upset about something. I don't know what. Although I know this now, I
They sound
can
like men falling.
sort of talk to animals.
Huh?
Have
I
you
met
tried it anymore?
not since I spoke to Sebastian. But Hamski-sama, he says Sebastian is doing very good.
That's good to hear.
We met a little fluffy dog in Zafira, who Hamski has he is taken care of. It's my friend. He did not have a name for him, so I tried to talk to the dog with my mind, and its way of talking is a little hard to understand, because sometimes it just says, oh, I am dog, yes, pet me, basically. It is very simple. Yes, very simple way of thinking, but I can sort of understand. So I tried to ask it if it wanted a name, and it said, oh yes, I am dog, good boy. So we decided it would be a good idea to give him a name, and now he is Sebastian the Swift. Because he's very fast, even with his little legs.
Maybe you'll get a chance sometime soon to try on something else.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like some animals it might not exactly work on, like fish. Because thinking about it, dogs, yes, they have a fair amount to think about.
I
Fish,
don't know. I have not tried fish yet.
I'm just thinking about what a fish would have to think about. Not much.
Blub, blub. I want to eat the grub.
Yes. It's like birds. Birds might be a good one because they're always looking around. They're always, looking at things.
Mm-hmm.
Fish, they just kind of swim. Not do much.
Well,
they swim and eat and swim.
I think I am going to go back to my room soon to rest a bit. My legs are getting tired from standing around. And
sorry.
I have to write a report before Sensei gets upset.
Yeah. Definitely important. I'll probably head back to my ship. I just stayed the night to make sure you were doing okay. So.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate you watching over me, but I was okay. Just not sure what happened. I just remember Benoit-chan, she was yelling, and I did not want to be there, so I tried to go back to my room, but got very lightheaded and fell, I think. And then I woke up and was there. They waved something in my face that smelled awful.
Smelling salts. They're meant to smell awful and extremely pungent to wake unconscious people up.
I do not know. All I know is I hit my head very hard, and it hurt. And it still hurts a little bit, but I will be okay.
That's good.
Might have had a minor concussion.
I do not know. All I know is I have a big knot and a bit of a bruise, and it is not fun to touch.
Yeah. It was wonderful talking with you both. I'm gonna head out as well. So. Have a lovely night. Sorry for any concern I might have caused with not the program
It is okay.
I suppose I will have to go practice a little.
Oh, you blow too.
Oh, yes, it's
Don't mind me.
radiant energy of an era. Auf Wiedersehen.
Good night, Nikki-chan.
Good night. I hope you have a wonderful night's rest.
I am definitely not going to go sit in my room, eat this ice cream, and write my report. So I think that counts as a good. I think that counts as a good enough night, considering everything that is going on today. I will find some happiness in this. Plus, I'm hungry, so
Sounds
it
like
helps.
a good night. Don't worry, I won't tell anybody.
Thank you.
Hope to see
I must
you
go before someone spots me.
Go, go, quick.
Just do not be afraid of it. Just not be afraid of something that can hurt people. Is like, how do you not be afraid of a gun? It hurts. quiet.
Mm.
Hmm.